So last time I ended up doing this, I got a Storv Tier 2 group basically right off the jump. I doubt I'm going to get that lucky this time around. So I'm going to do the bounties real quick and just keep an eye on looking for fellowship chat. It's going to be really interesting to see who all's around and who all's actually doing content as opposed to holiday stuff today. I have a distinct feeling that there's going to be a lot of people in the holiday area, like Frostbluff is probably going to be packed with people doing music and festivities things, because, well, it's Lotro. And more specifically, it's Lotro and this is Landreval, which means that the festival scene is kind of jumping. So people are probably off doing goofy Christmas stuff. The only Storv group that is advertising right now is looking for a tank, and I don't feel like tanking that, especially before coffee. For a pug, specifically. That's just one where you never know what you're gonna get. There's the tree. And it's already on somebody. I'm just going to keep an eye here and see if that same person, it looked like a warden, is headed down here, but it doesn't look like it. Just didn't want to jump straight into the salamander if they were on their way here as well. Again, Mr. Stalker, you really should know better than this. Wondering if that warden skipped the salamander and went straight to the crab and is on their way to the beast now. That is kind of my guess. But the beast isn't up, so somebody else has been clearing this same circuit just a little bit ahead of us. I have time and I want to finish my coffee, so I am content to go back and wait for the crab, pick this cycle up. So he should spawn someplace around here. If I remember right, he spawns kind of by this tree. Or if there are any lootable corpses down on the beach, because those can sometimes give red sea stones. Right, looks like we got a Storv group forming up. So I'm gonna finish this crab off. Then get to someplace I can be relatively safe to go in when the instance gets started. Swap over to yellow line for this, because it is a lot of AoE in there. And it looks like we are still waiting on a healer, so that might be a minute. Wow, this is going to be an interesting group. We have a captain, a guardian, a champion, and 2 brawlers so far. But while we're waiting to pick up heals, I'm just going to go ahead and do this guy real quick. And depending on how long it takes us to find a healer, might even be able to get the bird in real quick. And then I'll switch back to my yellow line when we port in.
Fair winds to you.
Okay, good. I do have inventory space.
It is a fine day indeed. Greetings, kind traveler. Hoi. Hoi.
Okay, and I'm going to swap over to yellow real quick. Just to make sure I have all of my actual consumables on my yellow bar, and it looks like I do finally. Previously, I did not have my good horns there, because I'm an idiot, and I don't update things on all of my specs. Is there anything else I need to shuffle out of here? +5 hope. Combat run speed boosts. Sometimes you can make yourself a lot of inventory space just by consolidating all these random like tome and buff items that you tend to pile up over time into a collective shared storage. Wow, that's +30 max morale for 6 hours, minimum level 20. That's garbage, and why is it gold quality? That is sort of baffling. But definitely do not need the advanced mark acquisition boost tomes. Those I can happily throw away. Oop, I missed one of these. Where'd you go? Delving XP supply, still bound to account. Okay, it looks like we've got a healer incoming, so I'm going to make sure I'm ready. And hopefully, more than nobody or one person gets bracelets this time. Again, I would really love to get a tankin bracelet out of here, but we'll see. Well, and it looks like somebody from my kin is here on the island, probably doing bounties, just on a different cycle than I am, which is kind of a bummer. Looks like I missed him. But we do have a healer incoming, supposedly, so should be just about set here. Just go get rid of some of these pitted axes first. And of course, that's the cue as soon as you start doing something. Okay, into Boss from the Vaults, Storv Tier 2. Oh, somebody else is picking up the wrap request, because I guess they haven't picked it up yet, so I'm going to just to finish out my tasks. Just helps move that bar on the legendary reward tracker to get the ancient script. All right, now pop in a Storv. Quick scrolls never hurts. Okay, let's see. I do have the right allies. No, I do not. There we go. Things that actually help. Having allies that match the spec you're currently in. Okay, so Thane, our guardian, looks to be our tank. We have a red line Cappy, which, dude, this is not the time you should have popped champion damage buff, I don't think, because that is dangerous in that first few percent. No windmill punch for you, thank you. Although that was a terribly timed stun, I'm not going to need to break it. And that should be that. Yeah, let's see who's the first to go loot. Hey, Poteen, nice to see you, man. Just finished up running Storv Tier 2, and we're going to see, did anybody get loot? Ooh, I got A-Bracer. And it's the one I wanted. Yes. Oh, that makes me happy. So this is what I've been trying to get out of here, the Mighty Bracer of the Barren Winter. So that gives me might and vitality. So compared to what I'm currently using, I've got the strong and the protective, which I've been using. The protective is nice enough, especially for solo, because it has outgoing healing rating, which affects your self heals, and a lot of might. It's really more aimed at a captain or Beorning. So I'm going to be able to take that out and slot this in, which flips the stats, so it is more vitality than might. It is tactical mitigation, incoming healing rating, and max morale, plus the reflect. So that'll go along with my just straight DPS one down here. Although, frankly, this has fate, whereas this has healing rating. I think that might just be almost straight up replacing this one in all of my sets with a more balanced set of both these two. Because protective and strong are basically mirrors of each other across the board. No, strong has physical mastery and fate. No, protective has physical mastery too, just not as much. So that's the kicker there. That's going to make this interesting, having 3 of these to juggle in and out. But the important thing is I got the one I wanted. So let's see. Stash that, and I will figure out what goes in what gear set now a little bit later on. Put task item carry all back into shared storage because I swapped that from character to character. And what I'm going to do now, as I actually got done basically what I was looking to get done here in the first half hour, which was really surprising. I got a group and the drop I wanted, is I'm going to switch over to play a different game. So I just got to get my stuff set up here real quick while I swap. Okay, that is rolling, so let me just get these couple tweaks set up and change stream info real quick. Okay, so this should be all successfully swapped over. The question, of course, is it properly capturing the game audio? I might have to stop and restart. It is being a little weird there. There we go. It looks like it's actually decided to capture game audio. Just a little quiet, looks like. So I'm going to bump that. That should be better. And of course, it looks like I'm starting out. Oh, nope, it's not nighttime, but it's definitely doesn't look like midday. Let's see what they give us as starting characters now. So this is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. This game is in pre-alpha. They just did a bunch of pretty drastic reworking of a lot of their systems, artwork, and are retooling the starting area. So this is basically a 1 week preview where we can go in and actually stream the current state of the game. So everything here is very placeholdery as they swap things over. See, I don't know if my stream preview is not catching up, so I'm going to reload that real quick. Okay, it's just being a little wonky is all. Good. Oh, that's because OBS is freezing pretty heavily. I think it was mad at me. So I'm going to see if that's actually behaving itself now. Yeah, okay, I think it just had a nice little chunk there. But again, pre-alpha game plus OBS can be fun. Okay, let's see what they give us to work with. We should have a couple of ability scrolls. Celestial Flicker is our basic heal. And Censure is a basic damaging spell. Right click to begin a task. Find me near the well, signed the Scavenger. So the sun is definitely going down, which means it is about to get dark in here. Don't need heavy slash on my bar because that is a slashing technique and I have a blunt weapon. So for now, we're just going to load the abilities we got. And do we have any NPCs who want us to do things around here? Oh, there we go. Introducing the priest. So he's going to teach me the harvesting skill and give me a basic sickle. Which I think... Does that put it in here, or do I have to re-talk to him? I have to talk to him again and complete it. So did that actually give me a sickle? Because I don't see one. Okay, cultists have crept into the area. And field dressing, so the sickle I gave you... Are you sure you gave me a sickle, buddy? So this looks like basically harvesting hemp fibers, and he's going to teach me to make bandages. So I don't see anything in here showing that I was given a sickle. And if I look in my... I wonder if this is just... crafting tools. Well, I'll see if I find anything later on that actually gives me some indication of what that's given me. Okay, these guys are basically just going to say hello and fuck off. And the cleric's scroll vendor is probably not going to have anything for me because I have no money. And these traits aren't going to hit until at least level 10. So nothing to pre-buy yet. And this side looks like it is paladins, which we don't need paladins. So if I go to my tasks. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's a completed tasks section here, which would show me getting the sickle and the harvesting skill. Just gonna have to wait and see if I find anything harvestable there and go with that. So the Huntress, I'm guessing you are a Ranger NPC? Oh. Basic knowledge of skinning and a tool to do so, accept. Take the skinning knife. And she's got tasks as well. So maybe the skinning and gathering tools just don't show up in that other interface. By defensive targeting a bit. Okay, slay a rabid duskbat. Oh, they definitely have some placeholder text left over from 247. Right, we have ranger trainees. Just seeing if any of the rest of these will have anything to give us task-wise. And it is kind of a bummer that it is now dead of night, because it is dark as hell. This is a definite thing that there are people who like. For me, I just don't see how this is fun to play. And I think it's going to turn a lot more people off than it brings in. Like, I get what they want to do here. I just don't see it as being a long-term positive as opposed to negative for the growth and population of the game over time. It's gonna get people who look at this and just go, nah, fuck that. I don't want to play a game where I'm probably going to be logging out for 20 minutes at a time because it's just too dark to even get from point A to point B. So I'm basically ran down into town here. Let's pop into Avelia, see what's going on. But what I really need to find... Okay, there's the water. So here's the farm. I need to head this way. And then if I hook a quick right before the bridge, I should be in an area where I can find some low-level mobs to actually kill. Because that's ultimately what I gotta do for a bit here, is find some stuff to kill and loot to sell and make a bit of coin. I kind of wonder, do these guys have NPCs that also give tasks kind of like the ones... Nope. I wonder if those are just in the starting areas. We'll see. Oh, but I was told to go look by the well. So the well is over this way towards the forge. So yeah, they sent me to the scavenger. Okay, so I'm completing the mysterious... Okay, this gave me my actual gathering skills. So it looks like even though they said I'm giving you these tools, really does seem to be just breadcrumbs sending me here to talk to the scavenger, who was giving me my first X, Y, and Z. Now, if I look in here, I have gathering tools that I can equip, and I have profession skills in the harvesting. So that makes a lot of sense. That's probably just leftover quest text that is kind of placeholder. So here's basically a whole bunch of go out and use your gathering skills, particularly. Yep, you want pine logs. So this is definitely new for me because I have not played in a while. But this is some pushing towards crafting, gathering, Heart of Scavenging. Oh, apparently I had something I can actually get there. So that gave me a schematic for bandages. And unlocked more stuff. He wants an empty bottle and a piece of scrap metal. All right, buddy. You do you. Okay, so schematics need to be taken to crafting station to use. You don't learn them. I was kind of hoping that they had abandoned that system, but apparently not. Okay, but that does give me all of my kind of basic gathering skills and tools set. So I'll be able to harvest things as I find them. That's really what I wanted to see here, because I have not done the harvesting. So through here should be a little pass leading into an area where, if I'm careful, I can find... Yeah, I don't want to take the spiderling yet. I want to find some white mobs. Oh, and there is something I should be able to task. King's Bloom. And I don't have any actual skill or actions to use in gathering, so I am basically just hitting it with my gathering spear. Oh, and this nice person just gave me Grip of Shale, which is a shaman buff, kind of awesome. I wonder, do I actually have... No, I don't have any harvesting abilities yet. Wanted to check and see if it had tossed any of my codex. So right now, this is kind of the stuff that technically I should be... I should have gotten a level or two and be doing this a little bit later, but I just kind of want to see how it goes. Oh, my harvesting skill is now 2. Which, for the moment, doesn't seem to be doing more damage, like more progress towards harvesting. But I am definitely going through it a little bit quicker now. My harvesting skill is now 3. So I'm just kind of catching up a little bit earlier than... Alright, so I got 3 Kingsboon blood and... Okay, so this is what I wanted to do, is find a white con mob. So this small brown rat here, when I use the consider ability on it, shows it's indifferent to my presence, which means that it is not attacking me. And also, it is an evenly matched fight. The text is white, showing that this is a fight I should be able to not die in. So, let's get started. And the nice thing, of course, is I have that Shaman Grip of Shale buff, which gives me a nice little edge. And interesting, they put the skin, like start skinning interface right there. Oh, I know one other thing I need to do is they gave me food, but I need to... Oh, consume this meal to restore... So they've changed the food system? Because this used to give you a buff that would increase your regen. Obviously, that is different now. Okay, that's a yellow con rat, but I am full resources and I have Grip of Shale. So I'm just going to go ahead and start this off and see how it goes. And it went poorly. That's how that went. That went poorly. So I lost my Grip of Shale buff. And this is definitely what they mean when they say things are dangerous. So that could have gone better. But the nice thing is, It's at least kind of lit up in this area, so I can see where things are. I'm going to head to the place where I was intending to go before I got sidetracked. And that's going to be a little bit more towards the Skelly Bridge, because there are some more distinctly easy mobs hanging around there where I can kind of cherry pick at level 1. And I definitely looks like I need to play with some settings here. Okay, grass snake is a white con. And it's running. And get some mana back real quick. Definitely got to find a few more white cons, but that's why I came here. Because I should be able to find, oh, there we go, emerald leaf spiderling, white con. So he's reduced my attack speed with that debuff, but he is almost dead anyway. Skinning definitely looks like it is quicker than the gathering plants. Okay, so they don't have the wind up to resting that they used to have, so that, I don't know if that's a change that is temporary while they're transitioning over, or if they've just kind of dropped that hemp plant. Let's go gather. You used to basically have to sit, and that would start your resting state, and you would kind of wind up into getting your regen. looks like that's gone now. And I don't know if that is a temporary thing or if that is just a kind of core design change they've made. Definitely starting to go quicker as I do my gathering. Okay, so stay alive until you extract from the mission. Yeah, leftover. So gather hemp fibers, pelts. Yeah, so basically just kill and forage various things. So I'm going to just keep looking for anything that cons white. So Blackwood, Boar, McConnell there, unless they've changed him, is not inherently aggro, but if he sees you killing animals, he would attack you. He would go hostile and basically be brutal. So see if I can just go someplace away from him. Got all these yellow cons here. I don't think I talked to this watch guard. Oh, because this is the monk starting area. Fire beetle drone just kind of hanging out here. Shambling skeleton is yellow. I would love to be able to take skellies, but they would aggro on me. Oh, that skeleton there is a white con. So I want to get him where nobody else is going to attack and pull him over to me. There we go. Skeletons used to have the chance of actually dropping gear, unlike the mobs around here, which I want to see if it's still true. Corrupted bone marrow. Still doesn't hurt because I can sell that. Okay, I've got another white con crumbling skeleton. Wondering if these are coming out because it's night. Alright, so I got a rusted axe and a splintered round shield off this guy. So that's 6 physical damage, 4.6 delay. My Warhammer is 4 with a 3.8, so we will swap to axe and shield. Solid. So that was a good kill, definitely. Just really would like it if it went to daytime. Okay, Spiderling is a white con. And I now have... Oh, actually that does mean that I need to skill up this weapon and change out my weapon technique because I cannot use the one I've been using. So, a little bit of a whoops there. So I think I'm going to have to put my slashing technique on instead of bash because I have an axe, not a mace. So I'll skin this guy. And then I will change that out real quick. Put heavy slash in place of bash. And there we go. That Spiderling is also white con, so we're making progress. It's also letting me up my axe skill, hopefully. Definitely want to get these gathering skills leveled up further so that I can do this quicker, but I'm already going a lot faster than I was earlier. Crumbling skeleton is white con and near me. Well, that censure didn't hit for much. Oh, and he's got a friend. So mistakes were made. So once again, that could have gone better. But I do have hemp fibers to turn into the priest, so I've at least got a task completed. And coincidentally, he's right over here. So turn in field dressing, gives me some XP and a schematic for scraps of burlap cloth. And also sends me to go back to the scavenger to get something that I already have from the scavenger because you sent me there. They just really want to make sure that I go to the scavenger and get that schematic. But since I'm right here next to town, let's see, there's the farm, so scavenger should be this way, I think. I will humor him and go talk to the scavenger again. Okay, so he's just given me a quest that encumbers me. So I need to find Aloy Flintshaw. They say he's a lover of water and ships, so I'm going to look down by the docks first. That might be a red herring. I'm going to guess this is no longer a place that I can just wander into because all those guys are hostile. So that's new. Just going to avoid the docks for now. Okay, let's see. I see Liz and Kev. There's an off-duty regular. Really wish the sun would come up to make it easier to see. Nighttime is way the hell too long. Check and see if he's wandering this way. Just see the farm hands and such. And the tyrannical chicken. Do not mess with the tyrannical chicken. Alright, looks like dawn is at least coming soon here. See a fisherman. Oh, there's a small brown rat there. Wonder if I can just pull him over here and get an easy kill. And again, keep leveling that axe skill up. And rat meat and tatterpeld. So I didn't find the person I'm looking for, but the sun is starting to come up, which should make this a little easier, I hope. All the morning sounds happening. There's a Velia resident. Sir Trias. Yep, no luck there. Wonder, is it just my movement speed? Yeah, it's just movement speed. It's not attack speed. So we should be starting to get some daytime mobs as opposed to the nighttime mobs. I'm still not seeing this guy. They did say he wanders. But it said he wandered around here. Around town, rather. So I would assume that he's not all the way out into the wilds, but you never know. Oh, and there's ore, which I should be able to mine. So if nothing else, progress towards that. Ooh, that looks awful. Trying to play with some of the settings here because we're definitely getting the chunk of an unoptimized game. Wait, did I get that loot? Yes, I did. Alright, I have got to find that dude. Because I am now officially tired of running slow. So I might, in fact, just ditch this quest. Is there a way to... delete a heavy package? Yes. Alright. Screw you, quest. Still moving that axe skill up. It's up to 3 now. Okay, apparently you can't skin a hornet, unsurprisingly. So I think I'm just going to go find some more white mobs. Okay, apparently this guy's just going to be a little bit more difficult. Oh, pine tree. I know they asked me to get some pine logs. So let's see how this goes. Right click to begin. Can't do that without the proper... Oh, did I not equip my... Did they not give me a tool for logging? They apparently did not. They definitely asked me to get pine logs and went to the scavenger. But I do not have a logging axe of any kind. So I'm going to go back to the scavenger real quick. See if I can rectify that. Okay, ore for the forge complete. He wants more ore, yeah. So yeah, definitely nothing for any kind of forestry. He definitely gave me the woodcutting skill. Just not a woodcutting axe. So that's a bit interesting. I think I saw woodcutting stuff around someplace, but what I should do is sell off some of the crap I have. See, I'll right click. Alright, that at least gives me a little bit of money. I've got 2 silver 95. So yeah, there is nothing here talking about wood cutting. But he asked for pine logs. So that's a bit interesting. Don't know if that's an oversight or if that is just one of those things that you're intended to discover someplace else. Hey, Oren, how's it going, man? Just goofing off a bit on a cleric here. Yeah, I don't want yellow cons, but I will do a white con. Not too bad, not too bad. Had Got my coffee earlier. Got really lucky in Lotro on my drops earlier, so I was able to finish up what I was looking to do there and hop into Pantheon for a bit. Yeah, mostly in playtests in the past, because cleric wasn't a thing at the time. I I played a lot of Dire Lord. That's kind of been what I've been doing in various test phases. So I want to check the cleric out and see if they've made progress on it since the last time I played. The new harvesting and gathering skill system is definitely interesting. I'm curious to see just how much your skill ends up speeding up the process through different gathering tasks, because this could get tedious really quickly. Okay, and apparently I cannot loot this corpse that I just skinned, which makes me think it probably is clipped into the geometry here. Again, pre-alpha being pre-alpha. Yeah, I did Dire Lord really early on into PA5, kind of as a whim when the group I was in decided they wanted to change up who was doing what. And the only healer at the time was Shaman, because we only had like 4 classes or something like that. Yeah, I definitely see that's a thing, but like, low level white con stuff also takes a long time to harvest. So I think that's going to be a balancing act they ultimately do. But yeah, I normally play healers and support, and I ended up doing Dire Lord on a whim in the group I was playing with in testing. And I've basically played Dire Lord in every one of the PA tests, starting with PA5. Grass Snake, I want you. So I've done many iterations, good and bad, of the Dire Lord. I honestly really like the Dire Lord. Yeah, I've not actively tanked in MMOs for most of my time there, with a few exceptions. But I am quite possibly going to be a Dire Lord main rather than a Cleric main when the game launches, which was not what I was expecting. I really like that tank design where you're a non-traditional tank. The idea of a warrior sword and board tank honestly kind of bores the piss out of me. But, the Dire Lord, more magic-y tank where you're a... Oh, did you just interrupt my heal, you jerk? But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I like seeing when classes do something different with the traditional, you are this role, you're whatever. Hey, Gula Gula, nice to see you, man. It's one of the reasons why in Lotro, my favorite tank class to play is actually the champion, where you're another parry and damage dealing tank as opposed to the Guardian's sword and board. So it actually doesn't terribly surprise me that I like the Dire Lord tank. I also like the bleeds and heals and health drains that it has. Plus, there is also just the fact that for many, many test sessions, it's been the only tank option we had, just like Shaman was the only heal option we had. So if you didn't like the Dire Lord for a tank, you were kind of SOL. And our group needed a tank, so I went that route. Alright, let me see if I can get back to town here. Dump some of this crap off. That's the monk starting area there. What I really want to do is buy... I think I got some level 2 spells I should get. Yeah, the tuning of Enchanter has been really interesting because it has swung very heavily... good and bad in its power level over times as far as your number of mobs you can control and your control over them and your group usefulness and kind of all of that. So it's going to be really interesting to see ultimately where they end up balancing that out. Don't think anything is complete. Nope, so I just want to sell some crap. Which I'm not sure how much time I'm actually going to spend doing tasks and quests and crap, so I might just sell all this nonsense. That can't be sold. It's all these resources, but I am not going to craft at least this character in this play session, so I might just sell this crap and get money so that I can buy spells. I'm sure is going to absolutely trigger people. Oh yeah, the witch healing class. Part of that, I'm still going back and forth. I was cleric from the start as the as what I was going to do, but they've done kind of redesigns for what their healing style philosophy is going to be for the different healers a few times. So I'm waiting to see how that shakes out before I decide what it's... Nope, don't climb the wall. Before I decide which one it's going to be. I don't know if they're going to go forward with the idea that the cleric ends up being the barrier and control healer, like they were kind of messing with early on. If so, I'm all for it. Oh, this isn't sorted again. Yeah. Awaken Courage level 4, 6, 5, 7. Come on, guys. Sort your shit out. Sort spells by level. Like, everybody knows this. Okay, it looks like I don't actually have anything I can get at 2. Looks like level 4 is my next actual real skill, and I would be able to find that out better if you had things organized. Level 5 is right there. Level 1 is over here. Level 4, 6. Okay, nope. I was going to say I think there are one column is cleric only and the other column is generic like this one, but that ain't true either. I they just don't have them sorted. And I apparently don't have anything useful to get at level 2, so screw it. Yeah, I know that in our group, like, you know, obviously Plus and the crew around that, there's a lot of people who are looking forward to Druid being implemented. We have a heavy Druid crowd. So you are not the only one waiting for Druid. I'm actually really hoping that they do find a way to keep Cleric as a good balanced like heal and barrier healer, where it looks like that's still the direction they're going with it, and I would dig that. But again, I am probably going to end up actually mating a Dire Lord when the game goes live unless things drastically change. Which is just bizarre. I guess I'm going to be a tank main. Oop, corpse disappeared, corpse reappeared. Finished skinning, got skinning skill, doesn't look like it's, well, I saw a pixel, there we go. So I think the bat corpse on these elevation changes are just a little bit wonky. Yeah, that's really what I hope they manage to do is make it so that all the core healing classes are viable but different from one another. Like, I love the idea that you have the... Oh, wow. Did I pick a wrong rat? No? Okay. I just got really unlucky on my attacks. I really hope that they do have the different flavors and styles of healing ultimately locked down so that we have 3 distinct healing philosophies that people can use. Yeah, of the 3 tanks that we've got, Paladin is right out. Like, I fucking refuse. I will not go down that road. Warrior, I'm interested to see what they do with it, but the whole, like, traditional warrior sword board and maybe some buffs tanking just does nothing for me. And Dire Lord's a blast. I hope they don't go back to some of the previous mechanical and design decisions that they were doing in previous alpha testing with the Dire Lord and its resource management and spending designs. Oh, that's a new one. Taking damage over time. Fiery Venom. Oh, yeah. That hurts. Got 7 more seconds of that. Okay, there we go. Fiery Venom should be done. So, yeah. Fire beetles, definitely a little bit nasty. But one of the things that they've definitely had issues with in the past is balancing the Dire Lord and their various builder, spender, reacting mechanics. They've had it in really good places in some tests where they're very balanced and usable, but you still need to actually be on your toes and on top of things. They've also had several design branches where different people have been doing their tuning and design work that I don't want to speak ill, but were absolutely stupid decisions. Like functionally making it a non-playable class in terms of design. So I'm hoping that the sanity wins out. I don't want them to be overpowered. I want them to be a usable and well-designed class. One of the core things with the Dire Lord is that you have your essence resource, which fuels so many of your key abilities. Like the Dire Lord can't do Dire Lord things without essence, and the ability to generate essence at its various cooldowns and outgoing damage for those abilities and the incoming essence you get from them has been a fine balancing act. Yeah, I think part of that is why it's taken them so long to get a lot of additional classes into the game is not just their core mechanics of said class, but the ability to do it without it feeling like another flavor of wizard, another flavor of shaman, etc. Oh, that's going to be a nasty bleed. I already know it. Rat's going to kill me from the bleed. Yep, that bleed hurt. So white con mob, but that bleed is maybe a little overtuned. Especially because there is no cleanse at this level. I really think we used to get stuff at level 2. It is just bizarre that there is nothing there anymore. Yep, nothing until 4. That view down onto the bridge. Yeah, it's definitely a balance between being challenging and being to the point where you don't leave and do anything unless you have very carefully and selectively stacked all the odds in your favor. It's that balance between I want to be challenging and I am going to encourage frightened play. Because you say you want, you know, exploration and see the world, etc., etc. And that is a lever that is turned in a very different direction than everything being deadly. So it is a really nasty balancing act to get both of those actually present in a game. And I think that's something that a lot of people who basically want Pantheon to be a clone of an existing old game, shall we say, largely failed to take into account. So there are no skellies out here during the daytime. But I want to head this way. So it should be the shaman starting area, if I remember right, has some really good low-con mobs. Just cruise through. See you later, Warren. Good to see you. Blurred vision. Not bad. Okay, while I regen... Okay, so I need to turn tattered pelts into the scavenger. I can't chop down logs because you said you gave me a fucking axe and you didn't. So you're an idiot and you lied. Harvest golden potatoes from wild vegetables. So I need to keep an eye out for those. There doesn't seem to be a way to cancel tasks yet. Oh, there we go. Apparently that bat corpse did finally reappear on the cliffside there. Yeah, there's definitely something with killing enemies and having them on any kind of a terrain seam or elevation change that bugs the models a bit. So yeah, toads and rats and all these low-level blue mobs. But it lets me also burn mana and not care about it to level my restoration skill, to make my heals actually not suck. And yes, I would buff you, Passing Shaman, who already has a buff, but clerics don't have a buff at this level. Which is just bizarre. I have the sneaking feeling that... oh, there we go. So, tattered pelts, 5 in skinning... So that was the Huntress. Do I have 8 tattered pelts? Because I think they're both probably going to want them. So I'm going to make sure I get 8 tattered pelts before I turn in 3 and 5. Just really feels like they have done some weird tuning and retuning and trying to figure out where the cleric is going to fit in with the shaman. My body disappeared. Wait for it to come back. Now I can skin it. Oh, pre-alpha. Alright, so I wanted somebody's blood, if I remember right. Or am I still thinking of... Ah. That was Rabid Duskbat for its blood, and that was one of the leftover extraction mode quests. So that is probably just going to be straight up broken. If I had to guess. Okay, that is 8 pelts, so that should give me enough to satisfy both quests in case they both take them. Head back to town, talk to the scavenger and the huntress. Grass snakes used to be really good. Really good money for the items they dropped, so I'm just gonna nab him real quick. In past testing sessions, grass snakes and the sparrows, the white con forager, might be dumb, but these guys have the chance to drop good stuff. And of course I don't have an interrupt, so just kind of have to let him hit me. And he dropped nothing. Alright, now I'm going to take that grass snake. Magic disappearing and reappearing corpses. Yeah, these snake skins used to be a really good sell item for how easy they were to get versus how much money you got from them. I wonder if that is still the case or not. And there's another white con forager, so get my health back real quick. Well, real quick being relative. And of course he resisted, so that puts me on the back foot to start. I'm going to need all the rest of my mana in this one for heals. nothing on the corpse. So I wonder if they're more of an all or nothing loot now than they used to be. Because it used to be you'd at least get something decent. I mean, he had a copper. But these were guys that you could find and pick on for the chance of dropping things like pouches. But apparently no such luck. Or I just got really bad drop rate. Work on my climbing skill a bit. I am still not at all annoyed. Oh, now I have a woodcutting axe. I died, and all of a sudden I have a fucking axe, which I very much did not have before. I do not understand the logic of this, but I will take it so that I can actually complete this task, hopefully. Pre-alpha is pre-alpha. Right, so that gave me some pine logs. Well, let me go see if there's any more around here. Now that I know I can magically suddenly use the woodcutting skill. A bunch of blue con mobs here. Won't hurt to get some of these taken care of. Get some sellable items. My inventory is full. And that's why I wanted a pouch. Ah. The brittle warhammer. Yeah, get rid of that. All right, I'm going to go turn these tasks in and then basically sell a bunch of materials to trigger anybody who does crafting, because I am not going to do crafting in a pre-alpha session on a test character. That just ain't happening. So I need to talk to the huntress, who is over near my starting area, I believe. Or was it by the monk's starting area? I'm right by the monks, so let me double check over there. I don't think it was over here. I think it was near my starting area. Right, the scavenger, use what you kill, complete. Use what you kill, part 2. 5 fresh cuts of boar meat. Okay, so he's going to want me to kill those boars. Let's get some of this crap sold. Rat meat, bat meat, snake meat. Okay, so let's see. I've got 7 silver. Yeah, pouches are ridiculously expensive, so we're not buying anything there. And the Huntress, I believe, was on the rise right below my starting area. Is it down here? Ranger trainee. Yeah, I was by the Swift. Here we go, the Huntress. Have some stuff. And she wants more boars killed. I'm shocked. And Slagged Eye Trappers. So this is interesting. They're actually moving to these tasks, as they called them, being a source, if not the primary source of experience, which definitely is a change in direction. Give 1 burlap cloth bandage to the priest. I suppose that means I should actually make some bandages. So I need to find a workbench and do some burlappy things. Because it's a priest quest, it might actually get me usable priest things. This all looks blacksmithy. Okay. Okay, one would assume that the tannery definitely shouldn't be there. What crafting station do you want? Sewing table? Nope. So it doesn't tell me what crafting station, just that that is not it. Woodworker, woodcarver, loom. You would think loom for the scrap of burlap cloth, but that's a big no. So logic has failed. And if you don't weave cloth on a loom, I think this might be another one where I just end up saying, fuck it, we move. And treat that as stuff I can just sell. I want to see if I see an outfitter or cloth merchant type place in the area, because that might be where an extra crafting station is. But I am not going to put a ton of time into this in a pre-alpha session. This is the weapon shop. I assume it's still the weapon shop. Yep. Yeah, so this is heavily in the category of I have ceased to care. Oh, they've put rain back in. Awesome. The tavern keeper, learning cooking. Okay, I will learn cooking. New skill, brewing and cooking. Oh, please tell me you didn't fill my inventory with... You filled my inventory with that. Three batwing skewers. All right. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and check a couple more buildings nearby. That's the bank. Alchemist. Ah, so I knew I'd seen something along these lines. So here is a tailor, which means, do you have... Okay, yeah, you just have a sewing table. Or a loom. None of which are usable. Tanning vat. And leatherworking bench, obviously. So there's obviously something that is missing. I seriously have stopped caring at this point. Schematic burlap cloth. Schematic scraps of burlap cloth from raw hemp fibers, which should be able to do. But here's where everybody's going to hate me. I have stopped caring. You have made this too annoying for me to give a damn about. Instead, I'm going to go see if I can buy some armor and just move on. When you try to make natural systems and you also fail to make the naturalized systems make sense, you have a fundamental design issue. Well, thank you, Golo. I appreciate that, if nothing else. Alright, so the armorer definitely just sells shit I cannot afford now. There used to be a leather armor guy in this area, too. They've probably moved him. I do not remember where, though. I swear I've seen him. Is it this building? No, that's the bank. There's produce. Yeah, I'll just run around and see. But yeah, that's something where, like, I get what they're going with design-wise, that they want it to be a very Lincoln Loggy figure things out system. But when they're trying to make a system that relies heavily on natural deductions and logic, and they don't actually make the logic work, no. So instead, I'll just grind some blue mobs and make some money and buy some gear. Maybe get lucky and find some skellies. Because that axe and shield is definitely serving me well. Okay, this white con brown rat is... yeah. The joy of, is it a good con or a bad con? Because that is a brutal white con, and it is going to kill me with the bleed. But I am still low enough level that nothing bad happens. Let's see, that time I actually got the barrier out of Celestial Flicker. So it really, they have changed that to only applying the barrier on a crit heal, which is interesting. I wonder if that's going to be something where we have different versions of this that actually are more barrier oriented like we used to have. I've got 13 silver, so I'll be able to pick up a few pieces of gear here shortly. Just unfortunately, it's back into this interminable night cycle. For anybody watching, this is not how you actually skin anything if you want anything usable to come off of it. Okay, you had nothing, but you gave me XP. So let's see. Nope, it looks like they have done away with being able to find your actual numbers here, which is kind of annoying. We definitely don't do the yellow con brown rats. That way lies madness. But we will do a blue spiderling. So I'm curious to see how much of one bubble of XP a blue kill will actually get me here. So not bad, an actually noticeable movement there. one thing that I definitely do not miss about this fork of game design is things like the necessity to spam multiple mana bars over time to raise your skill with healing. I get the intention, but all it means is that ultimately you basically need to sit around and do this periodically. It's one of those places where the intent of game design versus the reality of game design clash. Now, interesting, I just had 2 Celestial Flicker crits in a row, but because they did not heal any damage, I was at full health, I did not get the barrier effect. Which means that overhealing is way more punished than would be expected. Because if you heal somebody at full health and critical heal them because something else has healed them, like a Dire Lord using a health leech effect, if they've ticked right back up into full health before your heal lands and you crit heal, they don't even get the effect of the barrier from your heal. That's a little bit awkward. You should at the very least get the barrier. But obviously, mechanically, they're triggering that off of the amount of health restored, counting as a heal. So I think they have some formula issues to work out. If they keep up with that logic, that's going to make barrier healing significantly less appealing. Come on, Matt. You know I'm going to kill you. Just die, please. See, again, right now, my restoration skill, my ability to use healing magic, is at 7 of 9, which means that to actually play properly, quote, what I need to do is sit here and just spam multiple mana bars full of this to the point where my healing spells keep up. It is not a good or enjoyable game design in actual experience. It fits a certain logical consistency, but what does it actually bring to the gameplay experience where you know, that's actually one of the Trek shows that This is where I lose some geek points, but that's one of the Trek shows that I never actually watched. I'm aware that there is a character 7 of 9 and have seen like little bits, but I couldn't even tell you. That's from Voyager, right? I have heavily dipped in and out of Trek over the years. But yeah, really, what this game design does is it basically says you periodically need to stand around doing nothing but this. Okay, now I've got that up to 9 of 9, so my restoration skill is back caught up. Duskbat is white, but it's nighttime, which means he's going to be a little nastier. I'm still before any XP or gear loss on death, so fuck it, we move. Yep, still can't get a crit to save my life. This is where I really do still wish we had more of that barrier application with the cleric default. Because that's where this would be really good. Because there's also no increase in, like, hey, your skill is higher, that affecting your barrier application. Nothing like that. It's just crit and health restoration or nothing. So hopefully, as they keep working on the cleric mechanical design, if they really do want to make us a barrier healer, I hope that they make that more of a either controllable or granular thing rather than what they have in game right now. Definitely no fire beetles. That dot sucks. Oh, there's a tree. I know you wanted logs. What are you? Shambling skeleton that cons white. Alright, so this is dumb, but I am still low enough level that death doesn't have a nasty sting. Here, Skilly Skilly. And another shield and some bone fragments. Regen up and go back to that maple tree. It's kind of funny because I think what it actually wanted for the task was pine, and this is maple. So it's probably not going to do me anything good other than just leveling gathering skill. Oh yeah, and as soon as you change target off of that, whatever you're gathering, you stop gathering. So you can't look around at anything around you to con it or do anything. Just kind of weird. Like you have to literally be focused on. And I see a Vendini. Who I might be playing a cleric, but Vendini is the best healer in the land. And I don't think there are any emotes in yet. Which is unfortunate. Amazing disappearing corpse reappears. Yes. When you really need a good healer, always take a Vendini with you, accept no substitutes. Speak of the devil. I'm goofing off, complaining about dumb design decisions here and there, you know, the usual. Just kind of checking out what the state of the game is. Because it's been a while since I've dropped into a test session and played. Gee, how'd you guess that's still something I hate? Yeah, it's definitely looking like the cleric has some gaping design holes in it. It doesn't even seem like we used to have something at level 2, I know that we got as a spell. There's nothing there now, so it doesn't look like we get anything new until 4. And our barrier healing is definitely has some issues to it. The no barrier on healing a full health target is just bullshit, because that means if a hot tick brings somebody over the top right before your heal lands, even if you crit, they get no barrier. Come on. That's just like lazy tying the barrier application to health restored versus your heal being cast. Like, I know mechanically why it works that way, because they tied it into the wrong effect. Yep, I'm almost at the point where I need to go back to town anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely not seeing a lot of crits. You're right there. The crit chance seems to be very small. And interesting, you can't con players anymore. I swear you used to be able to. Now I can just see your level. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely noticing, like, I would get 2 crits and then nothing for a good handful of fights. And there's no real way to, like, we have physical crit in melee, and it says that my spell crit chance is 8.3%. I don't know if that's entirely accurate. Like, I've got a big enough sample size at this point with spells that I think that might not be an accurate display. But whatever. Again, it is pre-alpha. Oh, nope. We do not fight animals around the backwood guy, because he'll mess us up. Unless they've changed it, but I just don't feel like taking that chance. I wonder if this is another one of the overtuned rats. Yeah, I think it is, given how little that impacted him. Oh, see, that one crit and gave me a barrier. Yeah, spiders seem to be the more reliable do they con on level or not. Rats are really variable as to whether their con is accurate. And I think a lot of it is down to their bleed is really highly variable. Whereas the spider's poison just does not seem to be all that dangerous. Just kind of interesting. They definitely have some variable conning enemies here. Disappearing mob, reappearing mob. So apparently I can no longer skin it, because I don't have the correct tool in my hand. I wonder if this is like the amazing disappearing wood axe. I saw. I think that got tied to you, so that makes sense. It's not a disappearing tool issue. Heal the person fighting the skeleton here. Hashtag community matters. Yeah, I think that's just one of those things where pre-alpha is going to be pre-alpha. You know? Yeah, see, once again, I can't skin. Definitely have a skinning knife equipped. bugs will be bugs. Doesn't matter because I've already decided I am refusing to do the crafting on this, so I was just going to sell the stuff anyway. Like, I am not going to craft in pre-alpha, especially not with this janky system. It's something about the disappear and reappear that is bugging it, because the corpse drops in and out like that, or out and back in, rather. That seems to be what's triggering the... Oh, I see what it is. My inventory is full. So, technically, the way that they've implemented your gathering and crafting tools is that it swaps things in and out of your hands when you use them. So because I have a shield and a weapon, even though that's an entirely different system and equipment set, it still basically is a faux inventory slot that it's using there. Yeah, that's... Again, I will charitably say that it is an interesting design decision, and this is pre-alpha. But it is probably their workaround to handle the fact that there is the gathering and crafting inventory side of things, and then your actual inventory and equipment side of things. Is that it's probably silently moving items in and out of place when you use them. I think that is the same shield I have. Just want to make sure. Yep. Okay, now 18 silver. I need to find where the not chain armor is. So it used to be in this building here. But all I see in here is this dude who is selling me stuff I cannot afford. So they've probably moved the person who sells the cloth and leather armor just into one of these other buildings. It's gonna be my guess. Time to actually find me some gear. Okay, you are still just weapons. Weapon master. Introducing the weapon master. Okay. Yeah, blah, blah. Good night, recruits. That ain't going to be happening because I'm just goofing off. Other workers just selling schematics, not actual gear. Tailor is going to be the same. You're going to ask me to kill stuff. I will kill stuff. I am not going to do crafting, though. You can fuck right off with that. This should be over by the farm. Yep. So I'm really wondering where the vendor that sold stuff like leather armor is now. Nope, another empty house. And pardon me while I check my map where I can mark the spots of things I've found and oh yeah. Yeah, so still kind of nothing. It's nice that they've put the weather back in and hooked it back into the game, but I don't think it's actually supposed to rain indoors. The roof is not that bad here. Already checked there. I know there's not any down by the ranger area. Lorelei, master of arrows. There used to be all the vendors down by the docks, but the docks seem to have been taken over. So yeah, it's very interesting. That building that used to have multiple vendors in it now only has a vendor called the Armorer who sells chain and nothing else. Which does make me wonder, are they going on the assumption or design decision that everything else at this level has to be crafted? Or have they hidden a vendor someplace outside of the core areas? Which would be weird given that the chain vendor is right there where they used to be and where you would expect them to be. Again, it is a puzzling decision. Again, all crafting, and a generic NPC. So I really do wonder, when they were making these changes, did they just neglect to put the NPCs who used to be here someplace else? Because they're all gone aside from that armor. Just bizarre decisions. Seriously bizarre decisions made. But, oh well. At this point, it's just not worth faffing about trying to find them. I'm mostly interested in just the other changes they've made. Okay, yep, we have another Overcon rat here. Does the clothier sell stuff? The only thing I was seeing on there were schematics. I might have missed them. Right, the amazing disappearing and reappearing skinning corpse. But now this actually works. Yeah, it is definitely interesting to see that they really do go with that hidden equipment swap to handle the skinning. So, go pop back. Finn was doing some scouting and says the clothier does sell stuff, which is quite possible I simply missed it. Hey, Merry Christmas, Drac. I mean, I assume it's Drac. It might be Theric on the account. I figured it was pretty much always you, but, you know, assuming and all that. There we go. Theric's got to be special. Clothier. So now the clothier will actually talk to me and sell me things. Hey, Diamond Games. Nice to see everybody coming in. I am really just mostly goofing off here to see what's different from the last time I played. And man, this stuff is expensive. So they are very much pushing you into... they're very much pushing you into crafting. Awesome. Yeah, I saw you were on earlier. I looked in your streams yesterday, I think it was. How high up did you end up getting? I've seen a lot of people getting into the 8s and 10s. So yeah, this is definitely all like starting in 14 silver, meaning they're really pushing you into going with crafting. Awesome. So you're up to doing the spirit manor and stuff like that. I've seen people talking in chat looking for, looking for spirit manor groups. I gather they got some redesign done with where it is and some of the design items. Hopefully it's good. I hear good things about what they changed out there. Okay, so I'm going to buy a piece here. What do I got? Shoulders. I can use some shoulders if there's shoulder armor. Why is a shawl hand armor? I don't think you understand how shawls work. That's a gloves, it's hand armor. Shawl should be shoulder armor. I think we really need to have a talk here, Visionary Realms. Alright, we'll just buy that. And one more bubble to level 3, which again, still on the cleric as it turns out. We don't have anything new until level 4. I kind of get the feeling they've been doing some reworking on the cleric because they just are not sure what they want to do with it. Yeah, I was looking to see that we do get actual good stuff at 4, but from 1 to 4, we're kind of exactly what we start with. And I think part of that also is that I've spent so much time playing the Dire Lord in previous testing sessions, which is a very complete class design and implementation wise in various forms and iterations, even the bad ones. That with cleric being very clearly a work in progress, it's interesting to see that kind of compare and contrast on the state that the different classes are in. I swear previous iterations of the cleric we had a more complete early game package. But that might be because I know they did some heavy reworking of what they were doing with the class. Okay, so we can open the quest journal and not break this. Oh, so they gave some cleric stuff to Paladin. Interesting. I guess they just decided that Paladin needed to have some stuff. Oh, and the spider, or the rat, just walked right out of line of sight. Whatever. And just realized that when I tweaked my OBS settings for performance in Pantheon, a lot of my stuff went away or was not set up correctly again. So I'm going to go ahead and fix a few things in the scene. Well, yeah, OBS just went totally wacky. So it broke basically having all of the stuff up here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Our buff is we can heal. And I really wish that they had, at the very least, wave or, something like that in the game, because, I can't even wave at Common Beaver here. Oh. I should have guessed. Beaver, Canadian. I get it. Did they just completely eat the loot off of the foragers? Oh, awesome. Thank you. I will take a helmet. Because the foragers used to be good loot and good chance to drop like pouches and stuff. Well, that's actually really interesting. The cloth armor and the leather armor, they still are doing that same thing. Where they're the same armor value for cloth and leather at this level. So unfortunately, that happened to be the armor piece that I had already bought. Yeah, they used to drop 6-slot bags pretty regularly in previous test sessions. I'm guessing that they've toned that down because they used to be a great thing to farm for those bags. So yeah, let me actually give you this back because I just happened to buy that piece already. And I'll do that and I'll go back to leveling blunt, which means to take off that technique and put bash back on. Thank you, Vin. Always appreciated. For anybody who does not know him, the great Vendini is good people. He is by far my preferred healer, except no substitutes. And I don't know if they've changed him or not, but this dude here used to absolutely wreck your life if you were killing wildlife and he was around. So I'm going to give him a wide berth. I don't know which part of his path he's on. Yeah, he's coming this way. I'm just going to go all the way around. Oh, and I wonder, is he tied to the forest foragers? He didn't used to be. No, okay, good, he's not. Yeah, the forest foragers used to have a really high drop rate on those pouches. It looks like they've basically just cut that down, which honestly is good because it used to be way too easy to get at least a couple of your bag slots filled from nothing but easy forager kills. So it's kind of a bummer because I was hoping to get some cheap bags. But it is what it is. It's a good decision. I just wanted bags. Right, level my crushing skill back up here. So I have a swanky new club. Okay, there we go. Just took a minute for the corpse to reappear. My crushing is still decent at 6 of 12, so I gotta work on that. I would just really like to get to the point where I can get to level 4 so I have anything useful to do as a cleric. Which really, unfortunately, means the best way to do that is just find you some blues and munch them. And there is a forager. Still a blue con, so I'm going to grab some mana real quick and then yank him. I shouldn't need a full mana bar for a forager. After saying that, death is usually instantaneous. Oh, so they've kept the knockdown effect in game, we just don't have an animation for it right now. Probably because they've got all the new rigging they need to do for that. So the Rock'em Sock'em still exists. We just don't see ourselves fall over. Oh, of course, but because we have just leveled, we need to go through the ritual of standing around and just dumping a mana bar into doing nothing but hitting our heals over and over again, resting and repeating. Game design philosophy that I will be really happy to see people go away from. Because this is a good use of your time in game. And Borkon's blue, so we'll nab him real quick. I like that they still have the boar charge in. I wonder if the bears still have the bear charge. That was a hilarious animation when the bears did their charge. And frankly, scary. Used to be a fine art positioning yourself right in the correct place to intercept charges. Okay, Spiderling should also be blue con, so we'll keep chugging away at there. And that fills me with 1 bubble of XP, so I'm making progress. Hey Sparrow, I would have figured you were off doing, you know, actual family stuff, not lurking around in Twitch, but it's also late enough in the day, you might be done with that. I am not doing anything serious here. I am just basically goofing off and complaining about things that they have changed. The great tradition of the Christmas nap. Yeah, this guy Khan's blue. I don't need a full mana bar for him. Of course. Yeah, I have to say, one of the nice things about living across the country from any form of family is that I don't have to do any Christmas stuff. I can get up, make coffee, play video games. hopped on Lotro earlier, did the current Christmas boss from the vault, and actually got the bracelet drop that I've been trying to get on my champ for several different hey Vin. Now I'm curious, can you trade in combat? Probably not. But yeah, I've been trying through several times to get the a specific bracer drop out of the holiday, but dang Vin, thanks. That is going to go a long way. Do those automatically equip now? Oh, they do. See, this is why everybody needs to get themselves a Vin. Also because I know Vendini has been playing much more than I have. Hey, that is 8 slots of inventory that I did not have previously. So, there are no complaints here. But yeah, so I've been really trying hard to get the tanking bracelet on my champion to drop in Storv Tier 2. And early on, I got really lucky with having the DPS and healing bracelet drop in there, because right now it drops teal bracelets that are basically best in slot at level cap. And I got those 2 really early, and then could not for the life of me get anything else to drop afterwards. Seriously, you're gonna make me oh, because you are range bugged. The forager is bugged. Because I can't range cast on him either. There we go. Had to let him cross a terrain boundary. That guy had 2 copper, but no pouch. Yeah, I'm telling you, when you need a healer, take a Vendini with you, except no substitutes. The skating animation is just so comical. Like this, just please people, this is not how you actually skin animals. Oh hey, like in our play sessions, and because the NDA is right, you would just end up with shreds all over the place. It would be an absolute mess. But no, in our play sessions, because the NDA is lifted and we can actually talk about things, Vin and I have grouped together a fairly significant amount of time with me on the Dire Lord and Vin on the Shaman Healing, and that was one of the things that also helped convince me that I probably am not going to be maining a healer. I will probably be maining a tank. I'm almost afraid to see what state the Dire Lord is in these days, with Warrior being the current kind of new hotness and focus, and some of the other changes the Dire Lord has gone through over time. Like, I have one made that I'll probably play, but I just, after the last few times, it was in such a bad state. that I'm really kind of hesitant. Just some copper. I don't know if that was actually my kill or somebody literally just left that there to rot, but I'll take it. I was actually talking about this earlier. Oren was on, and we were talking a little bit about tanks. I just don't have any particular interest in the warrior or that general traditional warrior style tanking. Like, it's not for me. I really click with the non-traditional tanks as opposed to the much more, this is core standard design tank. Like in Rift, I really liked tanking either on my Rogue or on my Reaver tank, back when Reaver was a tanking spec. In Lotro, I really dig tanking on my Champ. Yeah, Sparrow and Bounty are also good people to group with. I wonder if the bat pulls others. Are they social? I am still level 3, so I can find out and not care. Nope, they're not social. Yeah, Sparrow. I should have explicitly said it earlier, but tell Bounty I say hi. Because it has been forever since we played anything. Yeah, my worry there, and it's why I'm kind of hesitant to go back and hop on one, is that I know with all of the emphasis that, the getting warrior and paladin in, like, Dire Lord last time I played it was not in a good state. It had been reverted back to some really clunky design decisions from previous iterations, and it literally made me stop having any inclination to test the game. And with the work being put in to get warrior and paladin implemented, I have that sneaking suspicion that Dire Lord might still be in that or a similar state. And so I'm really, really hesitant to go back and look at it, because I don't want them to kill my class. And they've seemed determined to for like the last year. Yeah, I've seen a few running around, and I've seen them talking in chat, so I know people are still playing them, but I don't know, like, is it because the other tanks aren't really finished, or if it's just, force of habit, or what? And hey, Joskar, nice to see you. Not doing anything particularly serious here, just checking out the cleric changes and basically bitching about comparing old design to new design with mechanics. Yeah, I think probably later in the testing sessions, I am, like, I'm going to make a Dire Lord and actually play him, even if it's just pure masochism to seeing new design versus old. Hopefully we're back in the state of design that we had around the time we did the God, what was that the stream about a year ago or so, when we had the little window where we got to stream? And I got to show off the Dire Lord when they had fixed it. I just hope they haven't reverted those changes, you know? One thing I do find interesting, and I'm not sure how long this has been a change, but the old wind up your resting state is gone. I kind of liked that. It was interesting. I think it could have been tuned better, but it was an interesting approach. Oh, there we go. First crit in about a million years. Let's see, how am I doing on inventory? Yeah, that's really interesting. You could actually watch it put the pine cudgel into my inventory when I was doing the skinning. So you definitely have to have that slot juggling ability there. So even though you have your crafting and gathering specific inventory section for those tools and things, you absolutely still have to have the inventory space to move things from hand to hand. Pop back out into town and sell because I'm just so close. Only 48 XP because that was a very low con mob, but it only took 2 hits. So it is still very definitely a more effective method to just blitz through low con mobs as compared to fighting even white con mobs as far as the XP versus time to kill. Because you only lose about 20 XP in this range as you shift from con to con, and it is a drastic difference in the amount of time and danger from mob to mob. So hopefully that's something that they figure out the tuning a little bit. So what were you asking for? Terrible. He was asking me to kill somebody. Rats of any size. Okay. For 5 tattered pelts to Linnaeus Alderfell. Does it say who and where? Nope. And what pieces do I need? Let's see, do you have shoulder armor? Because once again, shawl is not a hand piece, you tools. Pants that are 3 armor, so it's better than my pants. A bunch of stuff that'll basically give me 2 more armor per slot. So it seems to be more or less universal. Don't have any hand armor, so I will pick up a student's shawl. Oh, I don't even... I thought I had more silver than that. Well... Thank you for the assistance as always, Vin. I will catch you later. Oh, and I do actually need to continue on the tradition of dumping mana bars into healing to level restoration. So after skinning, we will go through some more very engaging activity of healing and resting, healing and resting. So that just got me Prayerful Rest. Restores 20% mana and puts me in a weakened state for 10 seconds. So that's interesting. That came when my restoration skill hit 10, so it's like a technique for spells. But that is actually really interesting because that gives a the ability for readiness to be used by a pure caster that is a healer. And I would assume that weakened only affects outgoing damage, not things like outgoing healing. Hopefully. Uh, 10 of 12, almost there. Once again. Okay, restoration skill 11, so I just gotta sit here and cast a bunch more until I get to 12 of 12 so that I'm caught up. I get the idea they're going for with this. It just does not need to be here for things that are controlling your defensive and your healing abilities. Weird retrograde design decisions. So literally, if you do not do this every time you level and the cap goes up, you are functionally nerfing yourself. Luckily, I just got a partial skill up, so another couple casts, I think, should finish it off. There we go. Back up to 12 of 12. And hey, blue con boar right here. I wonder, can you basically get a boar into a dead zone for its charge? Yep, looks like you can do that. Saw a Vandrad run past me. So spiders definitely seem to be, in general, easier than their con indicates. So they're pretty good to just blitz through for cheap XP. And I'm really starting to wonder if the amount of time it takes to skin mobs is really worth it for the money versus just moving to another mob and starting to kill it. Because it is a long time to skin these things. And I don't know how much spider silk sells for. Doesn't give me a value there in the tooltip. I am starting to wonder if leaving unskinned corpses is actually the way to go. Which just sounds so weird and backwards, but skinning takes so long. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to start doing that. So I have a decent amount of stuff to sell again now. Do I have anything that really needs a bunch of pelts? Need to find Linnaeus Alderfell, whoever they are, and give them 5 pelts. But outside of those 5, all the rest are just going to be sold. You're not close enough. I am standing right next to the damn snake. Because he wasn't where he said he was. Okay, yeah, you can definitely dead zone the boar's charge. There was something with the boars that they were asking me to do. Just don't remember what it was. Oh, slate hide boars is what I was looking for. That's one of the higher level ones. Gather 5 boar meat. So maybe I just haven't been getting actual boar meat in my loot. Or those might come from slate hide boars as well. Enjoy the cooking, Sparrow. Yeah, I'm going to be doing this for a while longer. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be doing this. I want to at least hit 4 to just get the things that can make a cleric useful. And then we'll see from there. Night's starting to hit, so I'm probably going to go back into town and sell some stuff. The music has definitely improved compared to what used to be in these areas before. I will absolutely say that. Even having placeholder music in here is nice. Blackberry bush. I don't think I saw these before. Oh yeah, my harvesting skill is really low. So I wonder if this actually really does get quicker as your skill goes up, or if it just is what it is and it's slow. And I'm also curious, did bats used to have that flying sound effect with the wing flapping? I don't remember hearing that before. Alright, we're full on into proper night. Ah, so there's a young slate hide boar. Don't think they count on what I'm looking for. But we'll find out real quick. No, this isn't Final Fantasy. You cannot slide cast. Okay, and I will skin them because I want to look in here. Okay, so where was... It's Harvester's Life. Boar meat I still haven't gotten any of. Okay, so that was for Nothing Goes to Waste Part 2. And that once, yeah, didn't get any credit for this one here, so it must be a full slate hide boar, not these small slate hide boars. Which makes sense. Just wasn't sure if that was a category of mob or a distinct one versus the other type. Actually, and one of the things that oops, I did not mean to hit that. That was force of habit. I want to get all the way up to 1500 readiness and see what that technique I got does. I want to see what the actual effect of the weakened state it puts you in does. So I'll have to get up to 1500 readiness to use it, not just 1000 like your weapon techniques. But I'd be curious to say what it says about weakened and what it actually is. Just means that I need to not bash mobs. To sit here and basically stash my readiness. Fortunately, it's force of habit because bash is one of the biggest sources of damage I have. Okay, I've got enough readiness to use it, so I'm going to use it out of combat just so I can take a look at it. Do you build readiness while you're... I imagine that they've taken that out. Yeah, readiness is not going up as I am attacking a mob to skin it. Okay, so this should put me into a weakened state for 10 seconds. Let's see what weakened... Taking increased spell damage on next spell. Okay, so it's not an outgoing damage weakening. It is vulnerability to incoming damage. So that's interesting. That's a different approach than I was expecting. I was figuring it was going to be something like either my physical outgoing damage being reduced or physical and magical. But it is increased, it's basically decreased defenses. So it's less weakened and more vulnerable. I think that is a poor choice of descriptors. So at this point, I'm about halfway through this level. Fortunately, night has fallen, so it is dark as hell. All right, all that nonsense is sold, which means I have... Nope, you definitely cannot... Okay, so... Yeah, you definitely cannot put the student's shawl in a shoulder or even back slot. The student's shawl is absolutely gloves. Oh, Visionary Realms. We need to talk, buddy. We need to talk. So, pick up a little extra. Need to find whoever Linnaeus Alderfell is. So, while I'm waiting out some of this dark, I'm going to run around town looking for an NPC. So this would be a second NPC that I'm looking for in this general area that they say is in the town of Avelia. Not going by the good eye. They insisted on giving me cooking stuff that I'm not going to use on this, so throw that in the bank. It would be nice if you could ask NPCs, hey, do you know X person and where they are? Actually make the world feel a little bit alive, have things make sense. So it would make so much sense if that person was around here, because there would be somebody who would be using pelts. But the only one around here is this magpie. Okay, there's woodworker and carpenter, so probably not here, but there's a burglar. Malin, who walks all around town. That's a neat little area down here. But I'm definitely outside of Avelia Village proper. So I should carry on looking for Linnea. That is always one of the catches to quest design like this, where it is descriptive with no locations described or anything of the sort. It's just pure request based, but not having the ability to use a map or mark down the locations or general areas where something may be found is, if your description is not descriptive and you have no ability to make notes, have general areas described, etc., really what you're left with is kind of the questing equivalent of the old adventure game days, where you ended up in a pixel hunt, where you were looking at a static screen and you had to find exactly the specific right pixel to click on for the thing to work. And that was the only thing that would work. Maybe they're wandering around here. Used to be able to go all the way down to the bottom and see what looked like it might be a boat launch at some point in time. And it looks like you still can. Although now it definitely looks like it doesn't go all the way down to the water. No, this is, I think, the water level here. Yep. Water still being a work in progress. It'll be really interesting to see if they make use of this down the road as like a jumping off for a boat travel type location. Because this goes onto the like river area, and it definitely looks like a place where you would, you know, moor a boat to bring up supplies. Now, the flip side of that, of course, talking about things like implementing boat travel and all that, is I don't want to put any ideas in Visionary Realms' head as far as adding more features, whether they heavily air quoted here had always planned them or not. I want them to make the game in a basic state playable and released so that they can actually get a minimum viable product to market. So, even though I say things like, hey, boat travel, neat, I really hope that that is not something they do anytime soon. I want it to be something that they do down the road post-launch, once we have a game to play. There have just been a lot of instances where they talk about, oh yeah, this is going to be a thing, this is going to be a thing, it's totally going to be a in our design, and you just need to determine the scope of what you can do and put it out so that there's a game for people to play with the size and resources that you have as a team. That's something that I really, really hope they start reining in more. Okay, I still am not seeing hide nor hair of this person I'm looking for. So they might be up in one of the other class starting areas. I don't know. Person who sent me out didn't actually say where they were or where I might find them or anything about them. Because, you know, why would you ask a favor and do that? But again, that's one of those things where I think as they really start putting more content in, as they stick with this very, like this branch of design for things like their tasks, I think that they're going to do better with it. And if you're going to rely on them being descriptive, you know, the hope is that they actually are descriptive. Well, this bat's kind of a jerk, even though he's just blue con. So I might actually should pay attention to what I'm doing. Of course, one thing that also does matter here is that I do not have any buffs left. Okay, are any of the people I was sent to look for hanging out with the monks? Nope, that is a big negatory. Which I didn't think they were, but since I was here, worth checking. There's Wilbur Arkwright. Apparently he's not very talkative. Okay, so I'm about to do something really stupid here because I just have to see if I can. Okay. If I had died there, it would have been entirely justified and entirely my fault. Clearly, I've also not been keeping up on my mining skill or looking for nodes. So I'm just now up to 3. So clearly I am ready for my new profession as a miner. But hey, apparently I found where to get stuff like this so I can complete those tasks. But yeah, what's really interesting is that looking at these tasks, stuff like a harvester's life, that was just a starter one, but that task there gives a silver 50. But some of these other tasks and the ones I was getting earlier were getting between 175 and 250 XP for the task. That is multiple mob kills for one task. Like I'm getting between 50 and 80, like it's a really rough borderline per kill of mobs. So that is several kills worth of XP for completing a task, whereas previously it was always one of the stated things that tasks were not going to be a real source of XP as much as they were some money, some gear, or kind of breadcrumbing from point to point. So they've definitely, at least for the moment, shifted those into a little bit more of being a traditional MMO quest. And I'm interested to see if that is a leftover from the 247 mode, if it is intended to only be in these low-level areas like this, or if it's going to be something that they're actually carrying forward as a real design decision, and that's going to be a legitimate source of XP going forward. Hey, Grix, good to see you, man. So I'll bet that all of these docks are now straight G'day territory. So that kind of seemed to be the way of it before. Yep, just all G'day. And I got too close. So I'm just gonna go run into town here. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Oh, okay, apparently everything bad is gonna happen. But I found the NPC I was looking for. And they're going to be either killed by a G'day or kill the G'day. So yeah, I'd been looking for that Linnaeus fella for a while. Found him. But clearly that is how I meant to accomplish that task. This was 100% as planned. Nothing bad happens at night. I'm curious whether they killed the Gadai or the Gadai killed them, or they have left. Oh, they came from all the way up here. That's interesting. Because, yeah, that task gave me 250 XP along with some copper. Like, I get between 50 and 70 a kill for just normal, even con mobs. Like, that is out there. All right, let's see. What of this do I just not care about? Frankly, any of it. So that puts me back up to 6 silver. Making progress. Always keep leveling your sprint skill. Yeah, see that dark blue con wasp, for example, 48 XP. So the one task was 5 blue mobs worth of XP. So that old design philosophy of tasks are not going to be a leveling thing clearly has gone a bit. And it is definitely worth noting that rats lie about their con. Like, this is a dark blue, and it's probably actually is likely to be a decent fight. Yeah, the Shattered, I did see that at least one of the Huntress's quests, the text still references things that are clearly left over from the 247. That is the Night Warden. Slay a rabid duskbat and stay alive until you extract from the mission. And that does make sense. Clearly they're going through and basically taking things that they had used in 247 mode, repurposing them back into the MMO, as far as like having that content or those items available. They also clearly did not redo all of the text from all of them. So, again, work in progress items. Oh, bat wings. Didn't I need bat wings for something? Rats of any size. I do still need to kill rats. But that's only 50 XP and 25 copper for mobs that just hit way harder than their con indicates. So all in all, I try to just avoid rats if I can. Yep, that's another dark blue. Pine tree, that should be the last pine tree I need, I think. Yeah, with the Huntress not having been there the last time I was testing, I have the sneaking suspicion that that is probably an NPC who was put in for the 247 content and basically just repurposed for this. So in a future pass, that should be one of those things that gets fine-tuned. All right, 3 pine logs, done. Get myself a few more kills here, grab a bit of XP. This is a white con bat, so it's going to be a little bit more dangerous, but still. Bats and whoa! Okay. It decided all of a sudden it was going to do some burst damage. Bats and spiders, unlike rats, they're kind of the exact opposite. They seem a little less dangerous than their con would indicate most of the time. But that bat just like went into a frenzy there. And I'm wondering if that's because it's a dusk bat, not just one of the normal daytime bats. And I'm wondering if I might be able to find 1 or 2 skellies wandering around while it's still night. Just on the off chance that I can get a little bit of a gear drop off of one of them before night ends. But I think the night proper is done, so I don't think any new ones are going to spawn. Oh, somebody else nabbed the forager before I could. Kind of saw that coming. I do not have anything particularly quick casting to tag. And I'm not seeing any more foragers or any skellies. Oh well. It was worth a quick look before I go back to town. So I'm going to go back to the scavenger and turn that task in. Tell her, yes, I successfully chopped down trees. I am a mighty hero. Wait, do I do that to the... That's at the scavenger, not the huntress. I went to the completely wrong spot. Clearly, I am paying attention and know exactly what I'm doing at all times. Yeah. I don't want to go pick apples, but there doesn't seem to be any... There doesn't seem to be any issue with just picking up all of the tasks they give you, so I may as well. Alright, get all that nonsense out of my inventory. And let's see, coming up on daytime, so 3 more bars of these junk blue mobs, and I'll actually be level 4. Okay, this guy's just determined to be a jerk. Let me reposition you. I wonder if that was just because of where he was standing, like on a texture seam or something, because everything was missing. Yep. Much better. See, the sad thing is, all these dark blue mobs here, they give 63 XP, 63 to 68, and they die so quickly that it's just way worth doing those over really anything else. even the little junk ones like that are still 48 XP and die almost immediately. So their risk to reward and their time factor is just so much quicker than almost anything else. Two hits, 48 XP. And that 48 XP noticeably fills in a chunk of the XP bar, so it's not like that is a drop in the bucket. It's not, you know, a quarter level or anything crazy like that. But you can watch the bar move when you do those. I was really hoping that that hit would land so I could get this guy before his scratch went off, but no such luck. Just had to get his one parting shot in at the end. I'm playing a cleric. I don't think druid is actually in the game yet. I think the two healers that are currently in the game are shaman and cleric. Shaman has been the healer that's been there since the start, and cleric is the newer healer. Really don't have the full kit in. It seems like they've been trying to figure out exactly what they want to do with the cleric and how they want to fit it in for many testing sessions. And I was hoping it would be more complete than it is now, but it seems like they've taken stuff out of the cleric's toolkit. Some people were saying that it's because it's been implemented into the paladin's toolkit. So they stole some of our stuff and gave it to the pally, and I guess they'll figure out what they're going to do with the cleric afterwards. But yeah, right now the cleric is not feeling like a particularly complete class. Which I've played it in several iterations previously, and it never really felt complete. But at least in this range, it feels less complete than it used to. So again, I have the feeling they've taken some stuff back to be reworked. Okay, so he just went into a rage, which means he attacks quicker. Definitely don't seem to be doing a ton of damage to him. But I got him to run. Oh, interesting. Hornets are social. That's good to know. I think this is one of the first actual social Lobby mobs I've seen. And it also makes sense, so they've got some logical consistency going on. Alright, less than a bubble away. Slate-hide boar running from somebody. Oh. Shaman out there killing boar. This is where I really wish I had like a cure or a purge or some kind, because the bleed is just pretty nasty for this level range. It's not as bad at level 3 as it was previous. Somebody else with a quicker tabbing or quicker casting tag. That is the definite catch to this 3-second range pull, is I lose a lot of those tags on mobs I want. Still no luck on getting any of those pouches to drop off these guys, but so it goes. Thankfully, of course, Vindini the Great hooked me up with a couple of 4-slot pouches, so I've got some inventory room. For a second, I thought that boar had just randomly decided to aggro on me because he started casting his rage, but it was somebody who pulled him. Thought that maybe they had implemented one of those things where mobs aren't immediately aggro, but if you hang around them for too long and they feel threatened, they'll actually retaliate. But nope, it was another player. One, maybe 2 more kills, and I will have my level 4. I'll be able to go back. Should be able to afford spells, I think. They didn't look like they were too expensive. And I think that's when Cleric actually gets the thing people want them for, which is that buff. Okay. Level 4 has been achieved. We will run back to town. Do I have anything? Yes, terrible vermin. So, clothier. We'll turn that in on my way to the cleric trainer. See what we get at level 4. And I have the sneaking suspicion it's only going to be one new thing, and it's just going to be the buff spell. My guess is it's not actually anything more than that. Okay, clothier, 50 XP and some money. I kind of don't care about the rest. Actually, I should sell stuff to make sure I can afford my scrolls. Okay, 12 silver. Will that be enough to buy any scrolls that give me my level 4 stuff? And given that I'm only expecting to have one spell at level 4, I hope it does not cost me 12 silver at level 4. I wonder, does the priest give you anything down the road? Nope, just stuff he already has given me. Okay, let's see what I can get. Cure disease is 6. Celestial flicker I have. Censure. Okay, so awaken courage cost 4 and change. 5, 6, 7. Yep, so only one spell at level 4. But it is kind of the cleric party piece. Awaken courage. That is the buff that increases health by 20 and armor class by 10 for 45 minutes. Okay, so this is going to be a good stopping point for the moment, because I need to take a break and actually eat something, because it is way past lunchtime. Like, way the heck past lunchtime. So I'm going to go ahead and let's flip over, see who else is playing Pantheon. Hey, thanks, Rin. Good to see you. And yeah, it looks like Casually East is our other Pantheon streamer right now, so we're going to head over there.